Uh, Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our regular city council meeting scheduled for January 9, 2025. That time is 5:17. I would like to call the meeting to order. Would you please stand with us for the pledge of allegiance? Ready, salute, and pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would you please keep standing? I would like to start tonight's meeting on a somber note. I would like us to take a moment to pause and reflect on the lives of three individuals who have made meaningful contributions to our community and beyond. We honor the memory of Carol Syrian, President of Public Affairs at the Christian Company, whose dedication and professionalism touched so many lives. We also would like to remember Brian J. Cox, our city engineer with Simon Engineers, who worked and helped shape and support our city infrastructure for over 40 years. Also, we would like to pay tribute to Edna Ivins, a pharmacist and longtime residents of Avenal, who served our community with compassion and care over the years and was a longtime Rotarian. She also served at West Hills College Board of Trustees, and she still holds the record for the longest trustee member in the whole state of California, and I may believe in the whole nation. So she was close to 40 years. Let us all bow our heads and take a moment of silence to reflect on their lives and the lasting impact they have had on all of us and our city of Avenal. Thank you. With that, I will go into item number 2, which is roll call, and I will ask our city clerk to please do roll call.
Councilman Hernandez,
Here.
Councilman Verdugo,
Here.
Mayor Preciado.
Here. For the record, we have 3 council members present. We do have a quorum and 2 absence.
We have Councilman Gravel and Councilman Ramirez absent for today.
Thank you. Would you also read the statement?
Government Code Section 54953.3. Excuse me, 54952.3. The members of the City Council successor agency are entitled to receive a total of $450 per month because of being elected to the City Council. They receive no other compensation for sitting as a member of the successor agency.
Thank you. Which I will go now into public comments, announcements, and unscheduled appearances.
Any person may directly address a city council agency at this time on any item of the agenda or any other items of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city council successor agency. State law prohibits any member of the city council from commenting or acting on any matters of the agenda. 3 minutes are allowed per person, and I have not received any comment cards.
But we still give the opportunity, someone wants to address council. Before we go into the next item, you will have to fill a card and come to the podium.
Yeah, just bring the mic closer.
So you don't have any petitions to any cards filled by the members, community members?
Not at this time.
We'll give it a minute for those online. I do see we have one person on Zoom. And we'll see if there's any comments on Facebook. Otherwise,
Yes, we'll give you an opportunity to come to the podium and address council.
My name's Steve Henry. I live on West End Lot. As you all know, in Avenal, we have a major illegal firework problem. I know several people call the police department and they're doing all they can. And I have pictures. I also brought them out my truck from the first or New Year's Eve. I picked up 5 bottle rockets and various other little pieces out of my yard. And one of these days, my garage and the house is gonna burn down. And we need to do something. I don't know what the answer is, but I think PD might need a little help. I mean, they do all they can. You call and it's all over town. And I don't know what else to bring up on that. Another, just a point of interest, the other day I was coming into town, I've seen it twice. And our new little section on 17 and Skyline, that our little loop that's blocked off. When the cart system, the big bus comes in, they're sticking out in the middle of the road. They can't make that access to that one bus stop in front of the post office. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your concerns.
and I have one as well, Mayor. So just 2 quick announcements to share with the council and the community. That we do have here the notice from Summers Engineering about the passing of Brian Skaggs. There's a little bit more information. Angie's passing it out right now. There are services right now. They're doing a rosary in Hanford, but they will be having the funeral tomorrow starting at 10. If anybody would like to participate on behalf of the city, I believe Public Works, Scott, you're going, right? Yes. And Angie plans on going as well. So if anyone would like to join Angie tomorrow, there's an opportunity to carpool out there. I unfortunately have a few other appointments already. And then the other announcement is that on Monday, the city will be receiving a check to our recreation or community activities department from Avenal State Prison, a donation. So they'll be doing a check presentation at noon at Avenal State Prison. So anyone would like to come and join us, we'll be taking some staff members. If any council would also like to join, please let Angie or I know. Thank you.
What time?
At noon.
At noon.
And then IT, do we have any comments on Facebook? There we go.
So seeing any other public comments, we'll close public comments. I'm going to the next item number 4, which is consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar are routine and approved only by one motion. So I will ask council if you have any comments. Is there a motion to accept the consent calendar as presented?
The one thing of note that since there was no council meeting in December and in November, there was not a quorum. A lot of these items are everything that happened between that time period.
I will make a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
A second by Councilmember Hernandez. Angie, roll call, please.
Councilman Hernandez,
All right.
Councilman Verdugo,
Yes.
Mayor Preciado.
Yes. For the record, it passed 3 ayes and 2 absence. With that, we'll go into item number 5, and that is to consider a resolution accepting November 5th, 2024 election results, and that will be resolution 2025-06. Do I have a motion? So moved. We have a motion by Council Member Verdugo. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
The second by Councilmember Hernandez. And you roll call, please.
Councilman Hernandez,
Aye.
Councilman Verdugo,
Yes.
Mayor Preciado.
Aye. For the record, it passed 302 absence. With that, I will pass it on to City Clerk to please open the nominations for mayor.
One more step before that, we need to
Oh,
swear
yes,
in the
yes, I'm
new
so sorry.
council.
Yeah, I do apologize. We're going to administer the oath of office to re-elected city council members. And I believe Mrs. Ortiz will be doing the swearing ceremony.
So we'd like to invite current council member Verdugo and then soon to be sworn in,
Leticia.
Leticia Gomez, yeah. And David Reynosa as well. Come up to the front. All three together.
The Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of California, that I will take this obligation freely without any mental reservations or purpose of evasion, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Congratulations.
No, yeah, we're gonna do a room shot in front of the. Here? Yeah. And also, just for the record, there was a whole staff report about the election, but I guess everyone knows what happened.
You did a good job, Mayor.
Thank you.
Speedy
Now,
meeting.
now with that, we'll go into item 5.2, and that will be, city clerk opens nominations for mayor. President to her.
Yes, I am opening nominations for mayor. Do we have any nominations for mayor?
I would like to nominate Alvaro Preciado for mayor.
Do I have,
Second it.
do you have any other nominations for mayor? I need a motion to close nominations.
Nomination to close the, for mayor, correct?
A motion.
A motion to close.
Oh, motion.
And you're seconding the motion, okay? So now being the new mayor, I will hand off
The roll
the,
call now? Or-
the platform to
We have
Mayor,
to vote.
Mayor Preciado.
Okay, thank you.
There we go.
Thank you, and appreciate your, support. And now I will open nominations for mayor pro tem.
I would like to nominate Leticia.
There's a nomination for Leticia. You need a second?
Is there, yeah, is there,
And,
is there any,
are there any nominations for mayor pro tem?
Or a second.
For a second,
yeah, you can nominate yourself.
Nominate myself as mayor
Okay.
pro tem.
so. We have two nominations. For each one?
We need a motion to close nominations.
I'll second it.
There'll be a first.
So
so we
make a
need a
motion
second.
to close. I'll make a motion to close nomination. And then second by Hernandez.
Okay, now I'm gonna do, you would have to do roll call, Mayor.
Mhm. So, I will ask, roll call, please, for nominations for, Leticia Gomez for mayor pro tem. So,
You nominate yourself?
well, no, you already been nominated.
You can vote for yourself.
Yes,
Okay. So I'll vote for myself.
Councilmember, David.
Leticia.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Aye.
Are you voting for Leticia or Mr. Verdugo?
Leticia.
For Leticia.
Councilmember Verdugo.
No.
And, I will, vote yes for Leticia Gomez for mayor. pro
Okay,
tem.
for not unanimous, well, not unanimous, majority votes, Mrs. Leticia Gomez will be mayor pro tem.
Okay. Now we'll go into item 5.3, and that is to review and amend the board assignments and appointments.
Yes. Angie and I will both take this. You don't mind passing this along? Let me move on to that item here. As the council may be aware, and our new council members will soon learn, being part of the council is not just coming to our city council meetings and special events, but also participating in various other boards and committees throughout the county and the region, and sometimes at the state level as well. So before you is a list. It says draft exhibit A. Some of it may be outdated. And this is where hopefully we can just continue some of these board assignments, but the council does get a say to nominate and appoint certain individuals to the committees that we are by right a part of. Do you need one? Right. Um,
We have this on, well, we have it on this.
yeah, we have it on the screen. It's loaded on. We just didn't bring enough of these copies. That's in the packet as well. I just brought it separately so people could see it.
There's the copy, there's the agenda. There's the
Yes. So just to quickly go down the list, I believe the first ones do require that the council do appoint a primary and an alternate. I don't recall on the CHOA. But the council may be aware that we are in a joint powers authority, JPA, with the Avenal Hospital District. That's where we have one council member as part of it, and they have one board member of the hospital district forming the City of Avenal Operating Authority. So currently Mayor Preciado has been the primary on that. We also have representation in the CART or Kings County Area Public Transit Agency, along with usually kind of falls into the next meeting, which is KCAG or Kings County Association of Governments. Currently the mayor and Avenal were able to have a seat in LAFCO, the Formation Commission. Along that, there's also the Kings County Abandoned Vehicle Abatement Authority. There's a Kings County Association of Government Technical Advisory Committee. And then these are some other boards. Mayor, you may be able to enlighten me if they're appointed by the council or just that as a council member, you're able to volunteer and represent. Being the San Joaquin Water Infrastructure Authority, the San Joaquin Valley Air Control District Special Selection Committee, the governing board on the same San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District, the South San Joaquin Valley Regional Public. What was the rest of that one? Public agency? Yeah. And then we also have representatives that the council is able to appoint to the Kings County Commission on Aging. It was at one point Councilmember Hernandez, but it can be a member of the public. So it is Francisca Velez. Also, the Citizens Advisory Committee, the city manager has been appointed to represent there. Missing here is also the Kings County Action Committee, KCOA. I've been appointed there. And then the Planning Advisory Committee. And I know, Mayor, you've been kind of the head honcho on many of these, so if you'd like to explain some of these or enlighten us a little more.
Yes, thank you. It is very important to represent the city at these committees and boards. For the first time in a long time, the city of Avenal has been a member of the Air Governing Board. Before used to be a city official from the city of Hanford for a long, long time. I've been there for 5 years already. Also, we never had a seat at LAFCO, which they make annexations for different other cities within the Kings County, which is another important board to be part of it. Also, the San Joaquin Valley Policy Council is a compromise of the 8 counties in the Central Valley from Stockton all the way to Bakersfield, Arvin. And that's also a very important board to be part of it. We never had a seat there before. I've been alternate for this board probably for 6 up to 8 years. And finally, I was moved 2 years ago to the San Joaquin Valley Policy Council. Also, 5 years ago, I finally was moved up to the Air Governing Board and also the Kings County Water Agency. We didn't have a city official there. Uh, there's a big commitment being member of those boards because like their governing boards, it meets at 9 o'clock in Fresno. And it's 3 to 4 hour meetings with a closed session. We do get lunch at 12 and at the same time, we go into closed session. Sometimes we get out of there after 1. And also they have other subcommittees for the budget subcommittee. And also when there's other implications where CARB needs recommendations, we also meet, especially for finding the new chair and vice chair. They actually change the chair and vice chair every year. So there's a subcommittee. So it does take time and free time and commitment to represent the city in all those boards. The one for Kings County begin at 1 p.m. with LAFCO, then CARD, then Kings County Association of Government, and then every quarter, we also have the Vehicle Abatement Council Committee. So you're there since you gotta leave by 12 or before 12 to be there, make sure you're there by 1. And then after the last one, finish about 4:30, so you probably won't be home close to 6 p.m. So some of those assignments are very, very time consuming, but it is important to be there representing the city and finding, trying to help make policies and also bring issues that our community are in need, transportation, affordable housing, infrastructure, all of that it is very important. And as you're part of there, especially for the San Joaquin Policy Council, they go to Washington DC every year. In the 5 years I've been there, last winter, was my second time going to DC, and you actually get to meet with the Congress people, your senators from the state, and lobby to bring funding to our city, to our state. We go together as the 8 counties, and it's called Valley Voices, and we all together ask for, like this last time, we advocated for the State Highway 99 corridor, also for the Diamond Block in Stockton. Also many, and we've been successful bringing funding to also the Farm Bill that Congressman Valadeo introduced, which will hopefully bring more funding for rural roads. As you know, it is very, very expensive to rebuild roads and to maintain, especially when the city, at the city limits, go all the way to the state aqueduct. So right now, we're planning and been saving for a long time funding to rebuild that road. We did a preventive maintenance because the county is already beginning to rebuild Avenal cutoff from State to pay for the reconstruction. It might be up to $4 million when the project is done, only 2 miles. So, and it may take 4 to 5 years to get to our section. That's why the city decided to do some work on it. So our area was the worst area in the whole 17 miles. 19 miles that the Avenal cutoff stretch from State Highway 198 to Interstate Freeway and represent the city. Would like to participate or be part of any of these boards, you're more than welcome to be part of it. But at that time, sometimes are during the day, sometimes you may be committed to subcommittees that, might make more time. So just kind of may also be willing to be an alternate. Just in case I'm not able to make it, then you'll be able to represent the city and sit at the table when the meeting comes to and
Yeah, the ones that I know time are asking just to know if the mayor still will be participating or if there'll be another council member will be CART, KCAG, as well as the abandoned vehicle abatement service. Yeah. Not sure if there are any others, mayor, but I know those definitely do have an alternate that can participate.
yes, also the special city selection for the San Joaquin Air District.
So those are four boards that
May need an alternate.
that need to reappoint and can have an alternate as well.
Mm.
If there are any nominations or any suggestions.
I'm interested, but not at the time. I need to do a little bit of research.
Kings County Community of Aging's been asking me to sit on that board, so I'll put my name on that one. Since nobody has done it for the last couple of years, even though there's been names brought up, nobody has done it. And I've been asked to, by them, to serve on that board.
Right now, we have a community member
Yeah,
being
but
on
that
the
community
board.
member does not show up either. No, even after, ever since they got appointed, I've been told that person has not showed up.
Did the
Yes.
city get any notification? No.
Yeah, I've heard from Bobby that Francisca has not attended the meetings. And even after, if the council recalls, we did offer a stipend for travel.
Okay, then I would like to nominate Ricardo Verdugo to be a board member for Commission on Aging, the primary not board member. Do we need seconds on all of them?
So you do need a vote on, so,
Could make a
But not
slate.
working.
yeah, you could set up a slate, nobody else is interested in that and just run through the rest of them and you can do it by one motion and that be more efficient.
Okay. So, would you please do roll call to see if, they vote in favor of, Ricardo Verdugo, Councilmember Verdugo being a member for the Commission on Aging?
Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Councilman Gomez,
Aye.
Councilman Reynoso,
Aye.
Councilman Hernandez,
Aye.
Councilman Verdugo,
Yes.
Mayor Preciado,
Yes.
unanimous.
Thank you. So we have a new Commission on Aging board member and now we'll continue. Is there any other boards that somebody may be willing to take part of it or being an alternate?
So also been approached by the Prison Advisory Committee staff to be on that one.
Yeah, I believe that will be an appointment by the Kings County Board of Supervisors, however.
I'll be applying for that one. Yeah. There's an application process.
Is there any interest on any of the other boards?
Or serving as an alternate
Also,
potentially.
Do the cart and the KCAG,
I'm sorry, can you clarify that?
cart and KCAG.
Oh, you would like to be on those boards?
Well,
Uh,
I believe on that one, the mayor usually is the one that puts for.
Right, and then we
Kings
need
County
an,
Association. of
and then an
Governments.
alternate to participate. So if you'd like to participate,
Yeah,
alternate.
yeah, when the mayor doesn't, can
He can
be
be
at
the
the
alternate.
meeting, then, or, yeah, Mr. Verdugo can be the alternate. Oh, I'll put him down.
So for both of those,
Because they're back to back. That's okay.
Also the technical advisory, no? Oh, no, that was the second Wednesday.
Vehicle abatement too.
The-
With four boards.
Okay, well, Mr. Verdugo will be on.
All four. Mhm.
If
Alternate.
nobody else is interested in.
Or somebody else would like to nominate himself too.
Or the cart and, what exactly is the CAG?
That's Kings County Association of Governments. So the city of Livermore, Hanford, Corcoran, and Avenal meet with a couple of the, also a board of supervisor member, and they also have an alternate. So we discuss issues within the county, and that includes transportation, affordable housing, infrastructure. So it is, and they also approve, kind of give an okay when there's an application for funding, can be state or federal, that if there's another city that is competing, or even the county itself had applied for the same funding, so they make sure that there's no conflict or not two cities are applying for the same grant, which will be competing against each other within the same county. So,
And
like I said, that one begins at 1 p.m. and that's it in until 4:30. Because you have LAFCO, 1 o'clock, then after that you have a card, and then Kings County Association of Government, and then at 4 p.m. at the Vehicle Abatement Committee. Also, so that's why it's important to know the days and times. That way, you'll be able to participate.
Because it says at 4:30, but you say it
Mm.
various other, um,
Yeah, the LAFCO, actually, there's been a change according to this, is also on the same day. Because right here, I believe it says Tuesday, but now it's the fourth Wednesday of every month.
Okay.
And it's a 1, that way you can participate and stay there 1, 2, 3, and 4 o'clock.
Yeah, all of them are consecutively.
okay, so it makes it-
Yeah, it's an all day, from
Plus
from
the
one,
travel.
from noon all the way to 4.
Going over and coming back.
Okay, so right now, as it stands, Mr. Verdugo will be on both.
All
so
four.
As an alternate.
All four has an
Yes.
action.
so we should probably vote to have him as alternate on those four and to confirm the other one.
The other ones that are-
Because I think the city manager said that they wanted reappointment on some of these, right?
Yeah, so if we're able to just as a slate, like especially the CAOA, particularly and all these others, just to reaffirm that the mayor still can continue serving on those boards, and if there's an alternate, then seems that.
So it'd be to approve what's here, with the only change being what we just voted on, and then adding council members that we.
There's an alternate. Primary on the Commission on Aging and an alternate on the other 4.
Yeah.
So let's make a vote. There a motion?
I also move.
We have a motion by Councilmember Verdugo. Is there a
And
second?
I'll second it.
A second by Councilmember Leticia. So, Angie, roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Gomez,
Aye.
Councilman Reynosa,
Aye.
Councilman Hernandez,
Aye.
Councilman Verdugo,
Aye.
Mayor Preciado.
Yes. So for the record, it was approved 5-0 as presented. This is, with that, we'll go into item number 6, which is activity reports, special presentations, and committee reports. The very first one will be public works, which also includes code enforcement, animal control, and also, water treatment and sewer treatment. There'll be, Scott Davis. Super.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Congratulations on our new council members.
Thank you.
You have before us our public works report. Is it on? I can hear it echoing through. That's why I said it so far away, so I didn't blow everybody's ears out. Anyhow. Before you have our public works report for November and December of 2024. Code Enforcement Department continues to work on property abatements, graffiti, and the illegal vendors and home kitchens have still been an issue, and Lupe's been working flex hours to address those problems. And he also works on other projects as needed, which has been quite a few over the holidays and stuff. Parks and landscape, we just continue to maintain the Rice Park landscape areas on Skyline Neighborhood Park, Skate Park, Sports Complex, the Ken Brown Safety Center, and the Elliott Park. Our guys have been doing quite a bit of pruning, especially up and down Skyline, trying to get everything back in shape. We've started spraying weeds already, trying to get ahead of that situation. Got a little behind on it last year. Animal control, the guys out there just continue to maintain the animal shelter. Good numbers of spay and neuter for November and December. It was 13 or 23 for the shelter and 13 for the public. Had 19 dogs rescued in November and 36 dogs in December, which was good numbers for the end of the year. Staff had a fundraiser December 2nd with Jordan's Way, and they raised $12,000 for the shelter. There's more detail on the report that Roll attached. Our streets, we maintain or continue to maintain city street signs, flags, and banners. We've been patching the streets and Plymouth Avenue. With the rain we had and the weather change, there's been a lot of potholes coming up. We intend to do more patching in town. Next week, we've had quite a few other projects going, so we continue to try to keep up with it best we can. Water distribution, we continue to repair and maintain our distribution system. We did have 3 leaks in November, and they were all on the 16-inch on this side of tank 3. That's the line that mainly supplies the prison. And none in December. So far, so good in November and January. Wastewater collections, we just continue to report to the Regional Water Quality Control Board. And we did have 3 calls for plugs in November and 11 in December. And it seems that most of them are the flushable wipes. So we're having issues with those again. If it says it can be flushed, it shouldn't be. We had forget, it was probably 4 or 5 years ago. Glenda Woolley was still on council.
Oh, yeah, it's been,
And she actually went to the elementary school and talked to a lot of the kids in the classroom. And they explained to the rest of their family, and we actually had pretty good results from that. So we might think about trying to do that again. Get the kids involved in it and let their parents know that flushable wipes really shouldn't be flushed. The sewer line for the community center is complete. It is in service. We're just getting ready to finalize paperwork on it. And we're continuing our enzyme treatments for grease. We do hit some problem areas in town a little bit harder when we notice that we're getting more buildup. And our vehicles and equipment building maintenance, we just continue to maintain all of our equipment and buildings, reporting monthly to the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District. And under building maintenance, our roofing projects for the Betts Hall and Ken Brown Safety Center are progressing well. And they should be finished sometime in mid-January. It's probably going to be late January now with windstorms and stuff they had, plus people that were out on vacation. But they have progressed well, and especially the police department roof is going to be really, really nice to have that completed. That's all my report. Is there any questions?
Any questions for Scott?
I have one.
Go ahead, Councilman Verdugo.
I hear, it says there were many calls out for roosters, chickens. What has been done about, because I don't see no roosters being collected over here on the animal control.
I didn't know, I didn't even, would been complaints for roosters. I did not look at that.
Says there are many calls out for roosters, but
What
no
page
roosters,
is that?
no roosters have been picked up.
Page 235.
I guess I can't answer that question. 235?
Yeah.
In the packet,
26.
yes.
Okay.
Okay,
So that's not on any of my public works reports that I received from my public works employees. So I cannot answer that question, but I know we have not picked up a whole bunch of roosters.
Yeah, I don't see no accountability from, so. It's wondering what happened.
That was back in November.
Yeah, it was in the narrative that animal control provided along with the numbers. That might be why.
'Cause I know I hear a lot of them in town, but I
20.
don't
like
think
you said,
many
30.
have been picked up.
So they do, anytime they do go out and check, but a lot of times they can't get into the backyard or they don't see the roosters, don't find them. So I will get with our animal control officer and find out more information on that.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions for
I
Scott?
also have a question about animal control. In the months mentioned, how many dogs were picked up actually from the streets of Avenal and taken to the shelter?
Those are on the reports brought to the shelter in November 15. For Avenal, there were 16 from Corcoran, 9 from Corcoran in November, 15 from Avenal in November. It's on the report and he highlights it in a box brought into the shelter for the month of December was Corcoran brought 16 and December for Avenal was 16. So he does highlight that box and that's the number of dogs that are brought in each month. That's not, that number is in the total that have been either rescued or whatever, but that's actual dogs brought to the shelter from the city that month. So December, there were 16 dogs picked up in town.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, page 223 actually does show roosters, chickens, owls, turtles. It does show 1 and 15 dogs brought to the shelter.
Yeah, and he started highlighting that when that question was brought up last year sometime, September, August, September. And so that's why he highlights that box, that's actual or just that. So it doesn't blend in with our numbers. It's still blended in with the rest of the numbers, but he highlights that just for that one that was brought.
It talks about deceased animals, cats, dogs, cats, and others. Are they euthanized or what?
No,
is it?
those are animals that are usually picked up on the streets that are already
Oh.
deceased when we bring them to the shelter.
So they, okay, so they,
He does have a separate euthanized number on the upper part of the reports.
oh,
so-
okay. Gotcha. So these are dogs being brought in deceased already.
They're already deceased animals,
Okay.
yes. Most of the deceased that we bring in are cats. They seem to get run over fairly easily.
Okay, I do have one question regarding the sewer line, the new one coming up the public works yard.
Yeah.
Going across the community center. So I did notice that it's been closed completely. Are there any, it's still not hooked up to the new community center, is it?
I didn't.
Is it already hooked up to the community center or it's not? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So it's.
Once we get the plumbing finished inside the building, it's connected, it's already.
So there's no need to go back and kind of connect it. You
No.
guys did it at the same time.
It was all done at the same time, those connectors were made to the public works building and the community building at the same time with that. And then inside the community building, when we did the first phase of it, there was a sewer line stubbed out into the area that's not concreted yet. So when they do all of that plumbing, they tie right into that.
Very well.
To the main sewer line. that's
Mhm.
connected.
And the second question related to that, are there any concerns about easements there since it's a kind of like a rural area, property owners on the north and south of sewer line, how's that?
West of city's property, there was already an easement, would be the Whitney Street easement through both of those private properties. We did look at that when we were doing the design of the sewer line and checked all the records, and those easements were deeded to the city. We have the full width of Whitney Street deeded to the city, so we didn't have to acquire the new easement or anything for it. Everything up to the city's property already has easement.
That is secure, thank you. Any
Yeah,
other
it is a
questions?
6-inch line from the shop to combination community building, and then these, our property, it gets under the Whitney easement, it's community.
Mhm.
So it's big enough for development on both sides of that.
That's okay, that's very smart to have the vision for the future.
Yes.
New
and that
development.
was, you know, we gave everybody the moment of silence. That's one thing that Brian Skaggs always looked at was future development.
Mm.
When he designed something like that sewer line, he accommodated for future development, so we wouldn't have to go back in and upsize the line or put a second line in. He was good at looking towards the future.
Very, very proactive. So are there any other questions from council for Scott? Yes. No, that was my way. Well, thank you,
Thank
Scott.
you.
Very good report. With that, we'll go into item 6.2, and that is the IT Department Activity Report by Humberto Bermudez, IT Manager.
Still on? All right.
Yes, we need the city engineer's report as well.
Okay,
You have your presentation ready, by the way. In first?
I have it on this. So next would be our city engineer, Javier Andrade.
Sounds good. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council.
You wanna
Alright,
let him present?
Hmm?
You wanna let him present?
Oh.
So, just so I can lead into it since it was already. Yeah, sorry, Humberto.
so we have 6A. That's a City Engineers Activity Report, Javier Andrade, A&M Consulting Engineers.
Good evening, my name is Javier Andrade, I'm the city engineer. So I'm just gonna go over some of the things we're working on. So if we can go to the next slide. So I'll go over some quick project updates, for the, Avenal PD event tomorrow. We're about 90% complete, we're gonna be completion about before the end of January, so that project's coming along. Kids Pocket Park, I have some pictures in here for later, but the project's in construction, and actually the playground's starting to get built. Committee guard restrooms is complete, we've got a few cabinetry to do. And we're still working on the 2025 road project. We did a town hall, and I have some follow-up pictures. Fixing this year. City manager and self-help, and really that's looking for funds to upgrade our water treatment plant. And the community center building, we are currently out to bid. Bid open in January 23rd, and construction will probably begin in February, so we have to present that. And then we're also working on veterans hall remodel. Next slide. So the first project I'm gonna touch on is our 2025 citywide road rehab project. So we're looking at all these roads for the first phase of road rehab construction. Along with this one, we're trying to see what's the limited budget we have how do we pick which roads are the worst condition and what type of improvements we can do. And at the same time, using some of those funds for safety upgrades. So next slide. We try to identify these roads. Obviously, we look at condition of the road, but we're also looking at having meetings. We had our first town hall last month. And so we're planning having a second town hall to get some input. And go to the next slide. During the town hall, we kind of printed out some maps for everyone to look at. And we gave them the ability to look at the map of the town and identify which areas they want to improve road safety and which areas they want to improve walkability. So they came up and put up some stickers as well. Next slide. And so from that initial outreach at town hall, we actually got people to vote. And we gave them the option to pick either roadway safety, walkability, or road maintenance as the priority. Everyone had 2 votes. And we obviously got really close, even spread of priority by the community. So 19 for road safety, 20 for walkability, and 19 for road maintenance. So this is our first town hall. We're gonna have another one, but with the 2025 road rehab project, where if it continues this way, we're gonna try to focus on a kind of 50-50 use of the funds. Go ahead to the next slide. So I've brought this a few times. We have new council members, and but essentially in terms of road safety, what I'm talking about is adding bulldozers to the area, especially across the street from school, to narrow the amount of distance that the students have to walk to get to the other side of the road. So hopefully improving safety and reducing vehicle collisions with pedestrians on crosswalks. Here's another example, kind of what we did in South Keenan Skyline. And yeah, that's the idea, is to reduce the amount of street that the pedestrians cross. So that's kind of what we're looking at as well in different areas in town. Okay, and then on top of that, we're also looking into the future. We're applying for different grants. Here's a running tally of what we're doing. So STP, we're working on a grant application for practical urbanism, and I'll go through it here in the next couple of slides what that is, but we're applying for 300,000 applications due in January. Water Smart Drought Response Program. We applied for this project. I have a graph coming up for that, but we applied for $8 million. Now it's supposed to be done next month. ATP, we were not successful. We're gonna wait for the next round and be more competitive. 8 SIP applications, we are waiting to announce next month as well. We're pretty sure we're gonna get those. Those are set aside for cities, so we're pretty confident of those. And for 2024 STP, we were awarded $350,000 for a climate action adaptation plan. For CMAC, North 7th Avenue, that was from last year as well. We were awarded $3.5 million to make a trail on 7th Avenue, north of 7th. CRP, 600,000, we were awarded Safe Streets for All. Last year, we were awarded for a Vision Zero plan, and we're waiting for the interagency contracts. And for REAP, regional, this one's new. Just at the beginning of the year, we were awarded 175,000 for citywide water master plan. Okay.
You want me, we can swap it. You have it ready to go? Okay, this is the one that you had sent me. You go ahead, Humberto, take it over.
So I updated it after the packet went out, just because I wanted to include some current pictures of the project for you guys to see.
That one, yeah.
Oh, there it is. So, I just want to show these pictures essentially at the kids' pocket park construction progress. Next slide. So just in the last month, they started pouring the curbs inside of in the park area where the playgrounds are gonna be. Next slide. And so this is that same area, that curb is gonna retain the drainage area. So next slide. And this is gravel that goes underneath the playground. This helps with drainage. There's pipes in each direction of each ends of the playground that will carry out any rain. And keep it dry there. Next slide. And then finally, last month, the playground was delivered in boxes, just like that. And then, also they started drilling the footings for the playground. With an auger, they drill the holes in, put the playground in there for the foundation. Next slide. And this is just from today. They actually, it's me have driven by, but there's, they started putting together the playground, forming it piece by piece. Next one. This is kind of what it looks like right now. And they're, trying to look at.
About the grand opening.
Yeah, it should be done by the end of next month, so we could start planning a grand opening. It's gonna be really, really beautiful.
What's the capacity for the park?
Capacity in persons? I can get back to you on that. I don't know off the top of my head, but it's a smaller pocket park. But it does have two playgrounds. Each playground has a max capacity. That's what's gonna govern. The outside area is more passive, so there's no like occupancy. But I'll get back to you on that.
Okay. Is there gonna be any limitations to children who may be using the playground? Because I know we had the intent to be a playground for, special needs children. But seeing that it's in a neighborhood where other children may be, wanted to use the park, do you have anything that in mind for the extra use that may be?
Yeah, so in terms of ADA accessibility, what's good about this park is it has a rubber surface. So instead of having like mulch or sand in the playground area to capture, the reason they put that on there is so if a child falls from the playground, there's less of an impact. And so instead of sands for this one, makes it special is we're putting the rubber surface kind of like they did back then in the other park. And that allows you to roll up to the playground with the wheelchair. And there's other accessibility that, well.
Yeah, and just because we have been part of the surveys and the town halls that we did regarding the parks that the community were requesting, some of the features obviously they wanted was a restroom and water fountain, but specifically because this would be for all children, special needs particularly, they wanted to ensure that there was fencing to help secure the area. So there is kind of a limited entry and exit that way just to help monitor all children. So it was, all those elements were put into the design.
Yeah, it's really good for kids with special needs. They close the gates and let them have their kid in there with them in that way that they're gonna run into the car. Into the streets.
So seeing that also in the planning, it's also supposed to be connected to the wonderful fitness park. So is that also gonna have to be modified for children not to exit into the street on that area on San Joaquin?
There's a gate that's shown it's gonna have access, whether it's ADA access, I'm not too sure, it might be from the sidewalk. But we do have access to the workout stations and all that right there. Is that kind of what you're asking?
Yeah, but in case that children with special needs go into the wonderful fitness area, if they can exit through San Joaquin, is that gonna be something that we can? Because right now those doors are fully open. So my concern would be for them to exit from the park through the wonderful fitness area into the street on San Joaquin.
Yeah, we'll have to monitor kind of that usage because there's a bit of a steep incline to go from the new pocket park to the fitness court. So, and it actually doesn't have a pathway yet. It's all gravel. So it may not be as accessible just to jump out there. So that may be something we can monitor and kind of assess in the future. It may be a risk.
Down the line, we could put a concrete ramp with better access, like you said, or with clothing ability. But right now it's not, yeah. We're kind of, the budget is, we made some cuts to try to make it fit, but it got budgeted and granted, maybe 4 years ago when prices were way different, so, but we are making it work with what we have.
Well, the reason I say it because right now will be the time to kind of address those concerns. And I think safety, even though we limited on the budget, but I think we still need to have the funding to address those safety concerns, especially for special needs kids.
So have you heard that people want it more to be gated than us so they can be able to close it off?
Yeah, kind of have a better connectivity between the two parks, especially, for the special needs, and also some kind of a locking device on the entrance of on San Joaquin to
And bring some cost estimates for the council in the next meeting so that we can possibly approve it, look at the budget. Yeah. Let's see, go down, I think I have a little bit more, we might have to go down. Okay, yeah, just, these are the past applications. I presented these before in the past, but I'll just quickly touch on it. This is the Water Smart application that we submitted. It's for 2 tanks up on the hill. And so that's, we're gonna find out next month if we got this one, 2 water tanks. Next one, oh yes, our tactical urbanism grant. So it's due by the end of this month. What this grant allows us to do is in places where we feel we could increase safety, it allows us to do temporary studies. Where, let's say I measure the speed of an average car on a certain street before we do something, and then we do these type of improvements. You go to the next slide. Maybe add color to an intersection or add decorative items. Just these are some of the examples. And what we do after that, we check the speed of the street after the improvements, and we see and monitor if it made any difference, and if it did, we write that down, and we use that as proof to essentially to apply for more grants in the future and say, hey, these things worked. We teamed up with the school district, kids came out, helped us paint the crosswalk, and we noticed that the community involvement and whatever it may be, brought ownership, and now cars are slowing down and because kids are involved. That kind of stuff allows us to make a great case for grant applications. So this grant is going to pay for materials, time, and research, and anything we need essentially to come up with these temporary improvements and use that for future applications. So that's awesome. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Nice. Any questions from council to Javier regarding the presentation?
No, not at this time.
No.
Thank you for that great presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just so council, the new council members are aware, staff, especially Javier, are always available and willing to answer any questions. So if you have questions, invite them through me or, directly.
And with that, we'll go into Humberto Bermudez report. That will be IT department activity report. Thank you.
Like fell asleep during that presentation there. All right, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. So it's been a pretty solid last 2 months. We can give you a quick few updates on the internet situation over at some of our sites. So Spectrum Enterprise finally returns with a temporary solution for the police department, potentially leading to a long-term fiber installation solution. Should the need arise across other businesses across the city. It's still a work in progress right now, or rather it's still sort of an up in the air thing. So regardless of whether or not we sign off on a contract with them, fiber is not guaranteed. Again, it just comes down to the needs of the community, but it is an option that is available to us now. Cal.net also sends over a new draft proposal that appears a little more favorable for us. The initial construction costs remain the same at about $200,000, but the draft proposal does mention a little bit more of a digestible monthly fee for all of our sites. We cannot guarantee that that would be the final price that we'd be paying for all 17 sites that we want to have connected, but it does look a little more promising. A quick napkin math more or less tells us we'd be looking at approximately $200 per site. We're not sure if that's per site or if that is going to be per site that we chose to have activated upon tower installation. So there's still a few more details that we have to work out there. I still need to get in touch with our city manager to kind of to look over both of these draft proposals and see who we want to continue with from there before we proceed with signing off on anything. On our phone systems, Verizon offers a porting solution over for our immediate numbers over at the police department, is including a demarc trace to retain the outdoor dispatch phone functionality, meaning the original phone out there at the front is ran through an analog system, and what this allows for us to do is to essentially use that same phone and use the same wires that are ran within the building to essentially connect them over to what is essentially a glorified cell phone box. So the answering machine is the physical handset that you have outside the building, but it does connect via a cellular network on that end. So that's how we would retain functionality while essentially getting replacing the POT system that's been depreciated over the last 6 years at this point now. So this is where we're at on that end. For email progress, our .gov aliases are all tied to .us emails and are interchangeable. What this means is that if your email ends in .us, you are more than welcome to advertise, or actually we encourage you to advertise your email as your name at cityofavenal.gov. There is no major action required on your part. Any emails going from either that are sent to either .gov or .us will all be retained in the same inbox. So we are solid on that end. Shared inboxes across departments are to be converted along with the website redesign and domain name change, which just means finance at City of Avenal, administration at cityofavenal.us does not have a .gov domain attached to it. So those will continue to be .us until we make the final transition over, and a public notice will be sent out when said transition happens. For services, IT and utility billing have had the chance to work with OpenGov to update the point of sale service or the point of sale system for our new utility billing software as we complete the transition away from Central Square. Over the course of December 24th, Christmas Eve, I had the chance to track some of the Spectrum and Verizon service availability, during that daily outage that we had. I can't speak too directly based on what was the major cause of it. However, both companies did more or less conclude that the infrastructure we had in town was solid enough. It just happened to be the traces outside of the city, which is why service went down for everybody immediately on both ends. It's a little unfortunate, but we do appreciate that despite Christmas Eve, despite the holidays, we did have a solid men and women out working to repair those lines for us. And I do want to give both Verizon and Spectrum a huge. I appreciate them for doing the work for that. And I understand we all want to be with our families on the holidays, but they were there to take care of us during a time of holiday. Staff still continues to perform regular security maintenance and documentation reporting. And throughout these last 2 months, I've had the chance to onboard the new IT manager on internal city services, as well as going over as a more or less a department restructure as to how we want to handle both internal communications management and social and public communications management as well. I'm sure anybody who's been following the Avenal community events page has seen a lot more digestible flyers. I want to thank our new IT manager Noah Naranjo for being excellent on the design front and on keeping up with the regular postings of ongoing city business. So for other pet projects we've taken over these last 2 months, Golden Rule Signs has completed the construction of their 6 foot by 4 foot digital sign on Kings and Skyline intersection. It's a very high resolution sign compared to what we've had for the last couple of years, or for the last decade or so now. The sign, we've had a couple issues with the sign, a couple power related issues that we're still working out, and it's mostly due to us not quite understanding the designs that need to go well with the sign as far as power constraints go. But as Noah and I kind of figure this out, we found that the settings that we work best have shown long-term reliability rather than the us just kind of throwing full power at the sign for 24/7 and just seeing glitches in the sign. It's not pretty to look at. It wasn't pretty to look at for those first couple hours, but he left. Thank you to Scott Davis for pointing that out to me. So we were able to work on it, and we were able to troubleshoot those issues immediately. Fortunately, it was a software issue on our end. We didn't have to bring any support teams out to kind of look at the sign within the first couple of days of installation. Very happy about that. And it was we had the same issue with the signs at the police department. We just ran into power constraint issues. We understand now that we are just not to blow full white lights at 100% power full time. It's a little bit of a mistake on our end, but you know what? We live and we learn, and we're figuring this out as we go. And we want to utilize those signs as best as possible. We're working on design language instructions for both internal city staff and for any other organizations who may need to take use of that sign, namely with Kings County Behavioral Health, who did sponsor. Was it 50 or 100,000? Do you remember?
$100,000
for the sign constructions. So we're kind of working out these bugs before they start sending us designs that might not work with these signs. So we're looking solid on that end. And I'm sure as you've seen, rolling into town, MAVP out of Visalia has been working on the construction of the 12 by 13 foot sign, or the 12 by 13 or 16?
16, I believe.
The 12 by 16 foot sign at the front of town. It is looking fantastic. It is a very high resolution sign, even higher than the one we just had installed at the Kings and Skyline intersection. It's roughly full HD resolution, so it's more or less like watching TV if you're, at the right distance. We're very, very excited about that. There's still a few more, weatherproofing pieces that we need to add to that before it's ready for full deployment. However, that sign is effectively ready. It is functionally ready to go, but it is not something we want to fully deploy yet. That should be complete by the end of the month. All right. So touching back early on the design language bits, I've been working with the IT manager and the city manager on public communications policies and practices, essentially just going over how we want to format a lot of our how we want to format our flyers and whatnot, just to make content more digestible for the public. I understand that when we host our city council packets, or rather for our agendas on Facebook, it's effectively a wall of text, and I understand it's a little bit difficult to digest if you don't understand the legal jargon behind it. So we're trying to be a little easier. We're trying to make the topics a little more digestible to read, and to make the content on that a little bit more engaging. So that way our residents know exactly what's being discussed during these meetings, instead of just, reading the whole, the 4-page list and thinking, well, exactly what's going on here. It is a lot to digest. So I'm really happy that Noah's been here to help us in making that more digestible for our public. For minor tech upgrades, we managed to revamp the audio setup over at King Street, beginning with a new 70 volt amplifier. The amplifier we've been using previously has been in service for about 20 years now, but as technology improves, old technology tends to wear out. These amplifiers tend to run hot, so these newer pieces of equipment are smaller. They run cooler. They will last us for much longer. And the horn signs have become a lot more waterproof over the last couple of years, over the last decade or so as well. So hopefully in the near future we'll begin discussing the replacement of those as well. That way, when we are hosting music throughout King Street during the holidays, it does sound a little bit more clear. As you know, it does sound a little tinny from the last 25-30 years of just use. So these are just little things to kind of improve to essentially beautify King Street, not visually, but auditorially. These are little things that we pick up on. So that's progress on that end. With that 70-volt amplifier, we also had the chance to demo a secondary one to replace the one over at the council chambers as well. So we're at the other set of council chambers over within the Avenal Theater. So we will have a little bit of a revamp on there as well. So happy to get that taken care of. Finalizing actually, we have finalized the quotes for the 4 printer vendors to present to the city council for the new lease. I will be discussing that later today. The website redesign introductory meeting is slated for next week. As the timeline is completed, staff will provide a public notice regarding the finalization of the cityofavenal.gov domain, which just means our new website will be cityofavenal.gov, not cityofavenal.com, as per state regulation. And all of our emails will be adjusted accordingly. So it will all just happen in one fell swoop. Staff continues to work with the Avenal Police Department and Crossroads Software for debugging and plans for final deployment. There's just 2 little issues that we're running on regarding the workstations that we have and some training for our officers. But once we're through with that, we are effectively ready to go. It's been a while. It's been a long time coming. We've been battling this for the last maybe 3-4 months now, but we're finally at the finish line. We just got to take those last 2 steps. And we have reached out to Crossroads Software Support to help get these to help get over these immediate hurdles. Staff continues to determine final details of the rental space and accommodations for Kingsview regarding a long-term space for their services. And we are still continuing to maintain the city website and provide tech support across all facilities. It's been a bit of a long report. It's been a good 2 months, but any questions?
Any questions for Humberto? Go ahead, Mr. Verdugo. I got it.
Sure.
The signs the new sign that was put up here.
Yes.
I know before they used to have to go to the sign and type in all your stuff in there. Is this sign able to connect remotely, or do you gotta go to the sign still and type in all your information?
As it is right now, they are remote. And actually during this meeting, those photos that you just taken, a few of those have been put on those signs as we speak.
Remote.
December 21st, Santa pictures and toy giveaway at the theater. Approximately about 110 children were served at this event. I'm not sure where the toys came from. We had a couple of wrapping parties and wrapped a lot of toys that were at the PD. So do we know where those toys came from?
Yes, the sound came from Aria through Elisa Ramirez, who was able to purchase those. And the other ones came from a church out in Fresno where Assistant Chief of Police Robert Navarez was able to get a substantial donation of all those boxes.
Well, thank them. I'll send a little thank you card. I don't know who to send it to.
Yeah, I also would like to add to that, I would like to thank city manager for also taking the time to take in the city truck trailer and got some help and went to Lemoore, recreation center, load up, presents.
Right after the
Riding
wrapping
back,
party.
riding back to the, senior center, unload him. And I want to thank also Francisco Lopez, who also was there,
Not sure.
late hours helping unloading those, and then also helping distributing those presents.
It was the one with Aria. It was one of the Saturdays at Betts Hall.
Yeah,
No, you helped wrap the last ones, yeah.
Yes.
So
And also want to make it public to thank area because they've been committed $15,000 just to buy those presents and donate them to the community. And they've been doing that for so long.
right. So 110 kids, the Avenal Youth Chair was out selling pancakes and hot chocolate for their jams program or their competition. January 1st to 31st, I am working on cleaning, organizing and inventorying. Anna's still doing all her behind the scene works and anything else that comes up, if Anthony needs anything, she continues to do that. But cleaning, organizing, inventorying, C-trains, building, storage units. And depending on the weather, whether or not we're gonna get through that by January 31st will depend on the weather and how much time we have to take off. Staff will resume attending all the meetings with the county organizations and reconnect with the Reef Sunset Unified School District Family Engagement Center, which are the two entities that we really do rely on to partner with to do different events throughout the year and to provide us resources when we do need those for events and activities that we are planning. So with that being said, we're just this is our time to kind of take a breath. I've been out for quite a while, so Anna has really stepped it up and has been like a rock for this department. So now it's our time to breathe and to start configuring what we want to do for this next year. We of course have our calendared things that we do annually, but we also are doing a self assessment and goal setting with city managers. So we will start looking at what we need to do to continue bringing different activities and things like that for our community. That being said, also, we need to start looking at budgets and funding and those kind of things, which is normal. So once we get it all kind of scheduled out and figured out, then hopefully we'll have some new exciting things this year. Is there any questions?
Any questions for,
No, but I'd like to thank Ms. Verdugo and for all those presents needed to get wrapped and she gathered a group of people and I think 2-3 days straight they wrapped presents to get those things delivered. Wrapped.
yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Well, so at the same time, wrapping those presents, yeah, I also want to give thanks to City of Livermore for allowing Patricia Matthews, mayor for the City of Livermore, who in conjunction with Alicia Ramirez, they were able to wrap and get together community volunteers, and the ones we brought, 95% of them were wrapped. So it was a good effort by the community, even though they were coming to Avenal, they were more than willing to help wrapping those presents. So when we got there to collect them, they were almost done wrapping. I know it's time consuming and it takes a lot of people to to wrap, hundreds of presents, but yeah, but, yeah, but I also want to commend you and your department and your volunteers, because I was gonna say that's what it takes, collaboration from a lot of people willing to do an event, like the, Santa on Patrol. It took volunteers to really help after hours, to go 3 days every day, get on the trailer. There were so many people involved, and sometimes, people don't like to be recognized, but I do like to recognize all those volunteers that really, really help make Santa on Patrol a success event that took 3 days, but we went through the whole community. And it is regarding to see, the kids, the children faces, smile, even the adults, thanking police department, fire department. Councilman Verdugo was on the trailer too. Carla here present, Lupe Chavez, Tony, myself. I think together we can do a lot for our community. So I want to thank also Leticia Gomez was there 1 or 2 nights helping. So I just want to say that it takes collaboration and support from,
Hey, the Maldaris for your food. It was some delicious stuff.
So, thank you, and also appreciate all what the recreation department is doing for our community during holidays. Thank you. And with that, go into item number 7, which is public hearings. We have none. Item number 8, all business.
Yes, I can give a short presentation on this one, Honorable Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't have a formal staff report on this, and I am hoping we can finally come to terms by the next council meeting, but I am happy to report that I had a discussion with the Superintendent Juan Reese, yesterday evening. We discussed at length about, the priorities of the schools and of course the city to collaborate more and to assist each other and in a lot of different ventures, but particularly in providing safety and assistance to the schools. Knowing that we do have a COPS grant that could help with 3 officers at the school sites, which I believe for 3 years, up to 3 years, Chief. Yeah. And so there was a renewed willingness from the superintendent to work on the agreement and work on actually hiring those staff members or more staff members to help assist at the school sites. The school district doesn't want the city to decline the grant, so we're hoping that we need to have a response to COPS by the end of the month. What Superintendent Reese indicated to me, and I'm happy he did show up to the meeting for a little bit, is that he intends to bring it to the Reese Sunset Unified School District Board at their next meeting next week to see what kind of direction they give him regarding the SRO contract. So hopefully we're able to have something by our next meeting on the 23rd, I believe. So I am hopeful, and I know I've brought this up many times. So hopefully the school district and the new school board are willing to work with the city and get something together where we're able to staff our own police officers at the school sites. So I will keep the council informed on that, but may require talking to some board members, or at least sharing a little bit about why the city wants to go in this direction. But that's all I have to present on this item.
Yeah. Just, I would like to add to that comment, and negotiations have been going on for a long time now. But I would like to make a comment that our community, our students, and there's so many activities that happen before school, during school, after school, and on weekends. And SRO is not there before, after, or weekends. It can make it more difficult when there's something that needs to be investigated, or knowing the runabouts of these students that are causing problems in our community. me, the officers change a lot and new ones every year. Now we have a police department, solid police department that can retire here if they desire to. So they're more open to knowing our community, know who the good people are, who the bad people are, how to make better decisions and integrate with the community, get the trust, not only of the parents, but the neighbors, people in the community. To me, I wish that this agreement moves in, for, for the best intent and for the better benefit of our community. So if, public, anybody is invited to make comments, to show up to, school board meetings, voice your support, either way, we're open to, and we really like to the community to be engaged, to be part of the decision making of which direction this community, the city of Avenal is going to move forward. And because this is going to affect us, not for our children, our grandchildren, or great grandchildren. We should have a vision for our city. For 100 years generation, but infrastructure and our guidance with the community involved in the decision making. So with that, I just want to say, I would like to see this agreement finalized, for the betterment of our community and our students. Thank you. With that, any other comments?
So we're gonna table this, number 8, or?
Yes, we're gonna table this.
Continue to table. I don't think it needs a motion, does it? Or a roll call?
Yes, we're tabling this item until we have more information on the agreement. MOU. With that, we'll go into item number 9, which is new business, and 9A is to consider entering into a equipment service agreement with Image 2000 for leasing of office equipment. And I believe Humberto will take this discussion.
All right, welcome back. So on September 26th, 2019, the Avenal City Council approved entering an agreement with CA Reading to lease 3 copy machines at the monthly cost of $511.11 a month for 60 months. This was resolution 2019-51.
Is that each or for all?
Well, this is for all of them. So as of October 2024, the city lease has ended, and we are currently operating on a month-to-month contract with our current equipment. With the primary city hall printer reaching its end of life service, the units has required increasingly frequent maintenance calls for major issues. In fact, leaving the printer down for days at a time. And so due to the age of this machine, parts availability is becoming increasingly scarce, meaning long-term upkeep is becoming increasingly difficult. We can't just have a tech come out the same day and just have it fixed for us anymore. It's a little frustrating to work. Griselda understands. So staff recognizes and staff also recognizes that the potential cost savings of bringing the utility billing service back in-house, and have deemed it valuable to renew the printer lease with new equipment suited for the increased workload. After examining the current usage of our printer, both in total output, how much we're printing now, and workload throughput, how we're getting all of those prints done. Staff has reached out to 4 vendors for lease proposals. CA Reading, Image 2000, American Business Machines, and California Business Machines have prepared the attached proposals, and the table below gives a high-level cost analysis overview. Based on the information provided, staff believes that Image 2000 to provide the best balance between price and performance for our printing needs and foreseeable future. And before I go on to the recommendation, are we allowed to have questions? Are we allowed to have a question?
Yeah, anytime.
Yeah.
Who's
Questions?
looking first?
Actually,
Spend money.
yes, I actually do have one question regarding what would be, the option of, buying the equipment instead of leasing in the long run?
So we did have a chance to look into that as well. The price differential is about $4,000, $3,000 to $4,000, give or take per machine, as in the lease is more expensive. However, if we were to buy the machines outright, it doesn't come with a support contract. It doesn't come with or that's kind of just the main issue that we're looking at. It doesn't come with the support contract. So we buy the machine, but if anything breaks down on it, it's up to us city staff to support that. We can't just call a vendor and say, hey, can you come out and look at this? So that's sort of that's more or less what the price differential is. It's a security contract in that sense. So while the city manager and I have discussed that as well, and we did kind of come to the conclusion that we weren't happy that it was the safer option, we decided that leasing it was just going to be helpful for us in the long term, as it does free up internal city staff to work on other projects instead of just repairing the main printer as it goes, as these are industrial level machines that we can't just be working on. We can't be spending hours at a time working on these when there are other pressing matters at the time. It makes more sense to have a support contract on that end.
It has been the response time when something breaks down.
So with CA Reading, our response time has been really good. They always willing to get back to us within the day. For minor software issues, all of that can be handled remotely by them, or they've been happy to walk us through any of those issues. However, over the last year or so, hardware issues have been a little bit more difficult. They've had to send over a tech. The tech will do their examination, and depending on what part is broken, it could be a lead time of anywhere from 3 days to a week. And during that time, we're just unable to use the machine.
Final question.
Sure.
So, in the lease on the contract, does it give you the option to upgrade, after a year or two, or you start with that unit until it breaks down?
It's up until it breaks down. Rather, it's for the 5 years. So if the machine does break down for whatever reason, again, they would come in and they would take care of all the maintenance and whatnot, but it wouldn't give us an option to just upgrade like it would be.
But it will be an additional cost if you upgrade?
That I did not speak about, or I didn't discuss that with them, but we sort of priced these out just according to the needs for for our building and sort of for expansion later on. So we kind of overspec, or rather we asked to overspec based on what we thought we would need.
Not only that, but the printer technology doesn't seem to be advancing that much anymore based on what we compared the printer we have now and the new printer, their speeds and features.
It's
more some conveniences, but nothing.
It's more conveniences and a lot of more cloud integration, but a lot of our services are hosted on-prem, so it doesn't make too much of a difference. Rather, what I mean by this is on the cloud, like our OneDrive, like our storage servers are all hosted within City Hall instead of just going out to the cloud. So if the internet goes down, it doesn't mean that we lose access to all of that. It means it still stays within City Hall. So, and that's more or less how we like to keep that around here. So a lot of the cloud conveniences and whatnot, it doesn't make too much of a difference for us. And those are major selling points for all these printers, actually.
Any other question for council? We'll let you continue with the presentation.
Right, so I guess to go over to break down, or to go over a quick breakdown cost breakdowns. For CA Reading, we'd be looking at roughly $700 a month, or $760 a month. Image 2000 is proposing just shy of 500 approximately, based on our use, or sorry, just shy of 500 after taxes. American Business Machines closer to 410, and California Business Machines closer to 370. The cost per print, they all fall within the ballpark of just under a cent. The pricing model for American Business Machines is a little bit complex. Each price per print is a little different based on the printer we're using. So when we did the final breakdown, or when we did the final cost analysis, we were able to look at some of the the bills that we had that detailed how many pages we were printing per device, and that's how we estimated the final estimated cost numbers. So we're falling anywhere between $600 to $1,000 per our print services. CA Reading, our current contractor, or the current company we lease with, has been reliable. We've been happy with them, but unfortunately, the $1,000 a month asking price, while it is cheaper by roughly $100 a month, it's not something that we're ready to stomach given the alternatives. Image 2000 and American Business Machines are both pretty neck and neck as far as regular pricing goes, at about $750 to $800. And California Business Machines being the cheapest option at roughly $600 a month, or 650, give or take what we would be paying based on our current estimated usage. However, this doesn't really tell the whole story. The main things that the main issues that we kind of looked at is, again, this kind of estimates our total output, but we had to look at our work throughput as to how we're getting to all of these prints getting done. So a lot of our big prints so a lot of our day-to-day prints are rather minor, but those numbers really do accumulate when we do maybe once a week or so when we do our major print, or our volume prints. So for instance, our council packets, that's 300, for instance, right now, that was 300 pages for the first packet. So, we could be printing, maybe 20 packets, an hour, 20 pages an hour, but all of a sudden, if we get this order for, 2,000 pages or something like that, you can see how this adds up really quickly. So we have to make sure that the machines that we're requesting can handle all of those pages at once. And that's kind of what we spoke about when speaking to these vendors. And we also mentioned the idea of our utility billing printing, which would be another 4,700 pages. So you can see how, and that'd be handled over the course of maybe a day or two. So you can see how a massive volume of prints needs a printer that can actually handle all of that workload without it breaking down, So that's kind of what we had to look at on this end as well. And on my own personal IT ventures, I've had the chance to work with printers from across all of these vendors as well. CA Reading is a linear, specializes in linear. So we have a lot of experience with them over the last 5 years, just within City Hall. Image 2000 works with Sharp. I've had the chance to speak to City of Clovis, who actively runs them. They said they've been really happy, both from the system administration side, so the side that Noah and I would be handling, and from the day-to-day end user side. So what the rest of city staff would be handling. They said that it's been really easy to handle across both ends. Just going through their demos, it seems that they've all been pretty solid. The main workhorse machine that we'd be looking at is 55 pages a minute. It's a slight step down from the 60 pages a minute that we have right now, but it's not as big of a step down as what everyone else is proposing to us, anywhere from 50 to 45. So anything that's reliable on that and can kind of push those speeds when we need them to be done, it's kind of what we're looking at. American Business Machines as well. I've worked with Canon personally, through another side venture, using sort of the same software that we have implemented within City Hall, or within the city at large. We found that Canon machines tend to have scanning issues with some of the software that we use. So that was kind of our point of contention between these two companies. Do we want a system that we know generally works, or do we want one that we might have to fuss with? We might have to bring out support every now and again when we want to, introduce a new sort of a new scanning folder or whatnot. This is kind of the issues that we ran into when working with Canon personally on a side venture. California Business Machines works with Kyocera. We have worked with a couple of those machines out in the past, and generally speaking, I haven't been too happy with their general design, the general machine design of their machines themselves. So the actual repair process of getting a machine repaired, I wasn't too happy with that end when I worked with them personally. So at the end of the day, I ruled out CA Reading as hey, it's a little bit more this is a little bit too expensive for what we're looking for right now. And Image 2000 just happens to hit all the check boxes that we were looking for. So that's kind of a quick breakdown on the price and just how we find the price, the quote unquote price to performance ratio. And again, I have the granular price breakdown attached as well, further into the packet, as well as the vendor proposals and the product specification sheets. And I have those pulled up here right now. They're a little bit complex to look at, but it's kind of why I'm trying to break these down as simply as I can, or rather, just trying to give you the highlights of what it is that the city was looking for exactly. But at the end of the day, this is kind of, we do recommend Image 2000, but to go into a proper recommendation, staff is recommending by resolution to authorize the city manager to enter a 60-month lease agreement with Image 2000 for 3 new copier machines. For fiscal impact, we'd be hitting a slight monthly savings of approximately $220 to the Administrative Services Department lease budget. And this will increase once the city includes stuffing and mailing machine to send out the utility bills with. So not only would we be printing, we would also be folding and stuffing and mailing out ourselves. And to send out other utility bills, to send out the utility bills and other important notices, but we'll compensate from savings by bringing all of these services in-house. So currently we contract out with another company to handle the printing, the shipping and stuffing for us.
Yeah, so just to clarify on that last point that Umberto's making is that this is the first step of obviously continuing the equipment services that we have at City Hall, but we're also looking after this is finalized at buying a folding machine or leasing a folding machine, probably also from the same vendor. That way we can do our utility bills in-house and send them from City Hall and probably get the turnaround a lot faster instead of paying a third-party servicer to print stuff, mail, and then charges for each copy, charges for the mailers and the envelopes and everything. We do anticipate that being a bit of a savings, and that also spreads some of the costs since the utility bills is a expenditure on the water enterprise account, water and wastewater, and uh, refuse collection. So we'd be able to spread those costs out. That's how we felt we could justify having the better machine in service.
Sounds good.
When do you anticipate getting these machines once we order them?
Once we order them, I want to say they'd have them in within the week.
Any other questions? Comments? I just wanna confirm the resolution number since no longer
It'll be
2024.
2025-07.
2025-07. So is there any other questions? Is there a motion to approve resolution 2025-07? So we have a motion by Councilmember Verdugo. Is there a second?
I'll second it, and that's for with image, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So we have a second by Councilmember Leticia. Yanis, and Angie, roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Gomez,
Aye.
Councilman Reynosa,
Aye.
Councilman Hernandez,
Aye.
Councilman Verdugo,
Yes.
Mayor Preciado.
Aye. So let it show for the record that resolution 2025-07 passed by a vote of 5-0. Thank you for that presentation.
Thank you.
With that, we'll go into the next business item on the agenda, and that is 9B, and that is to consider approving the recognized obligation payment and schedule for year 2025-2026 for through
Yeah. What the payment will be this year. So just to give a little bit of context to the council is that the city does still have two outstanding bonds, infrastructure related bonds, one which was curb, streets and gutters, and the other was the water and wastewater plants. One of those is close to finishing this year, and then the other one still has about another 10 years in its lifespan. Because of this, there's requirements through the state and through the county about funding that we do receive to help ensure that we're paying these bonds. And we need to set a schedule and present a schedule of where that money is going to, the money that we are receiving, the money that is going to be paid out. So this is something that the county is requesting to have no later than January 22nd, which happens to be the day before our next council meeting. So one of the issues that we ran into was getting all this information, working with our consultants at Price Page and Company. They were on holiday. They did get all the information this week. They had promised to get it to us this afternoon. We did not get the full schedule. So what you have is the staff report regurgitated from the past years as well as the resolution. It is missing the core number though. So I don't know if Moses maybe has any recommendation if we're able to possibly just approve pending whatever the final number is. since we do need to send this to the county as soon as possible.
Right, I have a quick question. I think we can approve it contingent and then just bring it back for ratification once we do have the final spreadsheet. But normally, typically with the debt service, it's going down every year.
Yes,
So maybe we can approve with last year's numbers as the.
I can tell you in 20 seconds.
And then we can modify them.
Right, and then we can bring it back and ratify it with the correct. We could just approve, last year, reapprove last year's schedule for this upcoming fiscal year.
Yeah, if you give me a quick minute, I should find it.
Does that make sense? Lord?
Yeah.
So last year's was. No, that was.
The only-
397,250.
The only thing that could be potentially be adjusted up is administrative component, but that covers salary.
Yeah, it's 3 staff members. It looks like we went down from 450 to 397. So anything within that range or even 450, I don't imagine there'll be more than that because one of these is closing out this year.
And I don't think it matters to be exact if we're proving it on an interim basis, because we're gonna come back with the correct numbers in a month or so. It's gonna be correct, but we will all update it.
Okay, so that'll be the amendment on this resolution. So, are there any questions regarding the amendment or, the, obligation?
No.
So then, is there a motion to approve resolution 2025-08 with the amendment, and we will bring it back, in our next city council meeting. and
With final
ratify the
numbers.
resolution with the updated numbers.
A motion to approve.
So we have a
With the
motion with
Last
the
year's
amendment.
number.
Okay, so we have a motion by, council, woman, Ms. Gomez, and is there a second?
Second.
A second by Councilmember Verdugo, Angie, roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Gomez. Aye. Councilman Reynosa,
Aye.
Councilman Hernandez,
All right.
Councilman Verdugo,
Yes.
Mayor Preciado.
Yes, so for the record, resolution passed by a vote of 5-0. Thank you. That was, we'll bring it back with the updated numbers. So we're moving over to, the, closing of the meeting. Item number 10 is correspondence, announcements, and closing comments. We'll start with the city clerk.
Just an announcement that all our 700 form is online and you need to do it online. If you need any help, let me know and I can help.
Thank you.
And I don't have any correspondence at
Mm.
this time.
And there's a deadline for it, right? Which
Yes.
is.
April 1st.
Appointed.
Right.
And maybe this will be a good time to also announce the training, ethics training, and also the sexual harassment.
That's gonna be what I'm gonna cover in a
So
second.
you're gonna cover that, okay. So, any closing?
No closing comment.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll go into our city manager, Mr. Lopez. Do you have any announcements or closing comment?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Mayor. Just want to congratulate all the council members and the new council members. Ready for an exciting year, with a lot of projects that we have in the pipeline, and I'm very excited to share them with you pretty soon. That's what leads into, we do have a few trainings that are coming up that we need to probably calendar in as soon as possible. We'll need Brown Act, ethics training, sexual harassment training, the tech use policy, issuing out iPads, and then, of course, goal setting and strategic planning that we have a good idea of what we're trying to accomplish this year. So we'll discuss this a little bit later, just to get those all hashed out. But just to keep that on the horizon. Do just want to reiterate one more time about Brian Skaggs, our former city engineer services is tomorrow at 10 a.m. So if you are planning to go or like to join Angie, the city clerk will be attending. Please let us know as soon as possible. And our next meeting will be January 23rd. And we may have some other special presentations and we'll move it back to the meeting rooms. This was a special occasion. But other than that, and then the check presentation on Monday at noon. So also, please let us know if you need a ride or if you can meet us out there. Other than that, very appreciative of the very expedited, quick meeting. Didn't make it too difficult for staff, I hope.
Hope not.
Thank you.
So we'll the,
Not at the time, Mayor, just well.
okay, thank you, Mr. Lopez. Actually, did you mention the ethics training on sexual harassment?
I mentioned that we're gonna have to plan those out soon.
So,
Yeah, so we'll have to get together and see everyone's schedule and
so the first dates that you sent didn't work out?
not yet, but we'll discuss those in a bit.
Okay.
And because that's gonna be a special meeting, you can, it's not a Brown Act violation to reach out on potential.
Okay. So, sounds good. Want to keep away from the Brown Act violation. With that, I will go into, Councilwoman, Ms. Gomez. Do you have any comments, closing comments?
I'm just, thank you for the voters that voted for myself and the other councilmen. And, I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. And I actually apologize for saying, Mayor Pro Tem.
No,
She's
that's perfectly fine, thank you.
Then we'll go into next in turn, Councilmember, Mr. Reynosa. Do you have any closing comments? Or closing comments?
Well, we're just looking forward to work with everybody. So we can see if we can have a new plan for Avenal and hopefully everything goes well.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go into Council Member Pablo Hernandez. Do you have any closing comments?
Yes, I just want to welcome the new elected councilman, and I hope that we get to work together so we could make our community safe and enjoyable for everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And any closing comments from Councilman Verdugo?
Yeah, I also like to welcome you guys to the council and hopefully we'll work together and doing a lot of things good for the city. And also I'd like to thank everybody who participated during the Stand Out Patrol. That was on the third night I went home and I actually just punked out. I went to sleep. I was pretty tired, but it was it was a great events. Even the Grinch got some little kids giving them Grinch. Here, Grinch, candy canes back to you, you know, but it was a great opportunity to go out and see all these kids and see our happy faces. And just hopefully we'll have another good 4 years. Thank you for everybody who voted.
Thank you. And I also would like, first of all, I would like to thank the people who showed up today to our first meeting of the year. I see the grand jury, I see community members, I see city staff, I see the police chief, see my wife. And I see many other community members, family members that are showing support for your new elected council members. I also would like to say that your comments will be they, you know, unfortunately, as you know, public comments, we cannot address them or comment on them, but I just want to say in general that your concerns will be very closely addressed and at the best time will be, you know, addressed with council and city staff. We always look seriously our complaints or concerns. So don't believe that we're not responding because by state law we're prohibited from making a comment, but in the future will be an agenda item, or our city will direct city staff to address those issues. I also would like to congratulate Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Reynosa, and also Councilmember Verdugo for being re-elected to City Council. And also looking forward to represent the city, the many boards that I represent. You know, I became involved with city politics in 2008 at the Planning Commission, and 2010 I got elected as a council member. And you know, I'll be due in 2016. I got 2 more years, but I wish the best. And I always would like to invite community members who are willing to join this board, this council. You know, it's open to anybody who wishes to voice concerns, help the community to better Avenal. And you just need to be committed, have the time, and be respectful to each other. Sometimes, you know, temper may go different directions and we may raise our voices. Sometimes we won't say anything because we're not allowed to because of the brownout or other mandates. But believe me, you know, I will try to bring back the talk to your council. We had it before, but there wasn't no community participation. Unfortunately, there was only 1 or 2 people showing, council members were there for 2 hours, 6 to 8 PM once a month, and there was no participation from the community. Sometimes we do see a lot of concerns, complaints on Facebook, but sometimes those concern or complaints don't get anywhere because sometimes you know, council, more than 2 get involved in the conversation and we're violating the Brown Act. So we cannot take action or response to some of the comments or concern, but it's not that we don't care. It's just we cannot do that and get involved and violate state mandate, state law. So I hope that you understand our situation, but you are more than welcome to be part of the decision making in the direction that the city will move forward. We have a new year ahead of us, 2025, and looking forward to continue with the progress of our small rural community, proud of it, and together we can make it better. So you know, thank you, and this is was it was a good meeting, and we're still gonna go into closed session. There may be some items to disclose out of closed session. If that's the case, we'll do after closed session. We'll be coming back online, and we'll be coming back into this building to report out of action on closed session. So for now, thank you, and we're moving into closed session. Yeah, we'll be taking a 5-minute break.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna go to. Oh, you can't hear me?
Okay, we're back from closed session. The time is 10:19. At this time, we don't have anything to disclose out of closed session, so meeting adjourned. Good night, everyone.
Right.